Hello and welcome to Paddling Pool 202. I am Pat here with Spy. How are you, Spy?
I am really good. I'm really excited for this because today we are seeing Cherry-Dolphines against Sanguine Seas. And it seems like our first map will be tower control on Eeltail Alley. So, how do you feel about this map or the map mode in general?
I mean, this map very long. If you get the bridge, there is so much you can do, and there is so much you can keep the enemy from doing. And I really like the way tower control opens it up, like changes the way the bridge is. You don't have that much mobility of the bridge because it's so split up. But let's see what our teams do on it.
Yeah, and we see in the scope E-leader, that's interesting. They have double crab though. So
Double crab
Sanguine
with
Seas is
Julie.
blue. Yeah.
Yeah. A ballpoint.
A ball point with a lot of run speed, that's cool. I mean, they're just going straight in at each other. There are two people right now at the tower just doing some things, and the crab immediately got 2 picks. That's insane, but that's the, oh, 3 picks, never mind. That's the crab we know and love. And they're just pushing in right into the enemy base, which is like a strong push at the start of this match already.
Yeah, Sanguine Seas not wasting time, and another pick on the ballpoint. They are already in control. Another crab already there, and I see 2 crabs at the same time. Sanguine Seas, they want this, and they don't want to waste any time.
Yeah, and they're just, the ballpoint is protecting all of it while it's kind of struggling because the E-leader has a lot of range, and that suction bomb is just poking the other enemies out because it's just such a good pressuring tool right now. And I mean, there are 2 people down on the side of Dolphins, but they
On
have...
each side.
Yeah, there are 2 people down on each side right now. And they get to the
That's still-
checkpoint while they really have a lot of control over this right now because the other team is just kind of just not able to do anything right now because they're pressured out all the time. But now it seems like this push just ended because they were basically wiped because the splash just kind of respawned, I think.
Whoa, like that as an opening. I wasn't ready. I was just like starting to warm up, discover the teams, and Sanguine Seas like, nope, we are going in, we are almost KOing. And now Cherry-Dolphines, they need to create that space, and already the crab tank is ready to shut down everything, and 3 down on the side of Cherry-Dolphines again. Sanguine Seas, they're not stopping, like they want this, and they are in charge of this map.
Yeah, I feel like the crab tank has to shut in a lot right now because it just got a lot of picks. And the splashes on the other team are just kind of paint-oriented, I feel like, while the ballpoint just kind of pressures the other teams out. And the E-leader is just perfect on the tower right now because it has, like, most range out of everything right now. But the crab's just kind of getting, you know, counted out by that tri-strike, and that is the first win for Sanguine Seas. They dominated this game, honestly.
Like, 2 pushes happened, and they were both by Sanguine Seas, and like the first one they could have KO'd on it, and the second one they had to. It was just it.
Yeah.
Very, very strong opening by Sanguine Seas, and we'll see how Cherry-Dolphines can do on brine water the different zones.
Yeah, this map seems also like it's kind of interesting. I mean, brine water is obviously like really small, and the zone is just open out really widely. But that block in the middle, I always hate when the zone has like blocks in the middle because it's just annoying. It's annoying for movement, it's annoying for painting, especially if you're like on Inkblot. And I'm guessing we're gonna see an E-leader again just because it's like a really good map for the E-leader, just because it's that small. And the E-leader has a lot of good chances to get picks or pressure out the other teammates while using the Wavebreaker that kind of just rides around the entire middle part for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, like Sanguine sees with their Eliter, they have to be happy about this map. Like they, for sure, they love it. And Cherry-Dolphines, like they need to find a way to stop that Eliter from just ending their team. And let's see if they have something in store for that.
Yeah, and like we're going right into the next match. Oh, Sanguine actually has an Explosion now, which is really interesting, and Cherry-Dolphines actually comes in with a heavy Splatling. That's also really interesting because I feel like both of these weapons can get a lot of range, while the Explosion is more, you know, focused on painting and dealing good pitch damage. The Splatling is just more of guarding the zone and just kind of poking at the other team, while they have this sort of short range comp right now.
In Sanguine Seas, they are already in control of the zone. And Cherry-Dolphin with the heavy, trying to just paint the zone, apply penalty, but they just neutralize it, they don't fully get it. So that's, like right now, Cherry-Dolphins, they need something, they need to stop a clear up, they need to get the advantage, and it's 2 versus 2 right now, and the clock is ticking in favor of Sanguine Seas.
Yeah, and I mean, Cherry-Dolphins is getting in right now. They applied the penalty to Sanguine Seas, but I wonder if they can hold it right now because the Tri-Strike is coming in, not really painting the zone, but, you know, Cherry-Dolphins just kind of lost their backline, so it's going to be really hard catching up to that because the Exploder is always good at pressuring, and the Crab just deals a lot of pressure to that because it just completely paints all of the enemy space right now, while also dealing a lot of pressure just because it's a Crab. And, I mean, they're going all out with their specials right now. The Wavebreaker is going in. There are 2 Crabs right now. I mean, the other one already expired, so that's not happening right now. But Sanguine is kind of doing a good job counting all of them, especially with the Tri-Strike.
Yeah, as you said, like, every special was thrown by Cherry-Dolphins, and the zone stayed completely pink. And if they don't manage to make Sanguine Seas move back with these specials, if they don't manage to change the color of the zone with these specials, like, it's going to be the game, and Sanguine Seas, like, they get ahead and take the win commandingly.
Yeah, certainly, and I mean, they totally got that win right now. Sanguine Seas was just kind of dealing... I feel like the Explosion did a lot of that, because it's just such a good painting tool, and it just... I mean, it was in the back, so this really just got the better opportunity, just because it's not out in the open like that, like a normal Slayer. And I mean, that's 2-0 for Sanguine Seas, and is it play all 3, or... I have no idea right now. Wait, I'm gonna check.
Yes, this is best of 3, but this is not the end for Cherry-Dolphins. We are in the group stage, and there are 2 other teams in that group. So Cherry-Dolphins, they can still get wins on their side in that group stage, but I mean, that's a bad way to start a tournament, but you can still bounce back, and Cherry-Dolphins, they can do the job, and I'm sure they'll be able to bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a chance. I mean, I could look at the seeding real quick if... Wait, no, never mind. I mean, there's always something... A lot of teams are, like, split up weirdly, so most of the teams have, like, a weird advantage over some teams. So Cherry-Dolphins could definitely turn this around to their advantage if they manage to get some players that are more on their level, I think. But yeah, this was a 2-0 for Sanguine Seas, and we'll see how this develops.
Yeah, sure. We will have a short break, maybe a few ads, and we will see you very soon.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Welcome back, everyone, to Paddling Pool 202. We are going up with No Mercy against Soresu, or we're just gonna call it Soresu because it's easier to pronounce it the American way rather than the Japanese way. I have no idea how this is actually pronounced, but we are starting off with Clambless Hagglefish Market. I'm here with Pat again. What is your opinion on this map mode?
I love Clam Blitz on this map. I love Clam Blitz because it's the best mob in the game, obviously. And this map like creates so much trench warfare, but it's even if like it's pretty slow and you're unlikely to get a million pushes during the game, it's like very tense, and I love the way that both teams always have something to do and a way to counter what the other team is doing.
Yeah, definitely, and I feel like this is one of the greater Clamblitz maps, but we'll see how these two teams play out on this. I mean, we already have a Splatana Stamper on the side of Soresu, I already love this, and a Splatana Stamper on the side of No Mercy. I love both of these teams already, even though they're playing double Splash and Machine, but that doesn't need to be addressed right now. So yeah, we're starting off instantly with the Splash just kind of painting everything to get an early crab, I feel like. And yeah, we already got a crab on the side of Soresu and on the side of No Mercy, so that's just everything that we know of crab so far. And they are going for really early specials right now, like the Tri-Strike and for the crab tank, and they're just kind of pushing No Mercy right now.
No Mercy getting early attacks, like Soresu managing to get the splat on Phoenix with the Zipcaster creating panic, but like that's this map, even if you get a big advantage, that just enables you to get close to the enemy basket, not to score right away. You kinda need 2 pushes in a row to work in order to score.
Yeah, I mean, there are 2 people down on the side of No Mercy right now, while the splashes remain intact right now. And of course, for the defense, they're going for the crab tank because it's crab tank. And they get a pick on one of the teammates right now, and there's only the sloshing machine left right now, and they're gonna have to back up, and they already did it as we see. While No Mercy is definitely going in for the push right now, using all the specials they could use, hopefully. Yeah, they're going in with the Booyah Bomb, and I feel like the Subcaster is gonna... yeah, it's gonna follow right up. While the Subcaster is already good at distracting enemies in the first place, No Mercy shouldn't have too much problems going into this right now, even if the Crab Tank and the Tri-Strike are kind of annoying right now.
They had more than 20 clams right away, but no way to get near that basket. No Mercy, back to the drawing board. I mean, both teams like are even again with almost no clams and everybody's in mid. So far, both teams like showing all the strength, showing what they can do, but still 0 points on the board.
Yeah, and I mean, the Zipcaster is just kind of using its power to kind of distract the other team, while it didn't really do much because none of the teams are really pushing right now. I feel like that's just an extra way of building pressure, while it's still really even right now because none of the teams are like doing the push. They're being really cautious right now because it's really important not to overfeed or, I don't know, to overextend, because the other team could know what they're trying to do. But
yeah.
No Mercy seems like they're going in right now.
They're on the attack, but they have just a few clams, and again, they are struggling to make that space under the enemy basket, but that could be changing with that huge crab tank, but they need to make a ball if they want to score. That should do it, and that's points on the board for No Mercy. But they're already out of clams, like they were a bit low on clams when they attacked, and that should be like just their push, unless Lives can recreate something.
Yeah, I mean, the follow-up didn't really happen that much for No Mercy right now because they didn't really have any specials at the time of the push, so it would be harder to utilize every strength that they have right now. But I mean, they still got 2 clams in, which is not too bad, but it also could have been better, I think. While the Zipcaster is just gonna distract the other team again. Of course, the crab tank, but it does go down because it's being cancelled. And yeah, I feel like Soresu is kind of being pressured out right now because, I mean, the middle is kind of even right now, but it seems like No Mercy can utilize everything they got right now. While the Splash is just mowing through everything while they kind of have a wipeout, even though the message didn't really show. We'll just count that as a wipeout was. No Mercy also has 2 power clams right now, which they're not really using, I think. But no, they're just throwing them off right now. And yeah, Soresu is using their specials right now, but I feel like if they could get in right now, that'll be really good for them because they don't have much time left. It's only 20 seconds on the clock right now.
Yeah, and with 20 seconds left, like that very small push that No Mercy got, that should be enough. I mean, Soresu, they need to get in, and they need to get in now. And they seem to have the clan, they have the ball ready, but the machine carrying the ball is already down. And with the crab tank and the Booyah Bomb, like, Soresu, they need something big, and they need it now. It's overtime.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard getting through that one choke point at the end because the pressure is already on, and you just feel like the urge to get in right now, even though it's not really the good time. And yeah, No Mercy won this with not that much point, but I mean, they just kind of played a little passively, I feel like. But they still did a good job on this. Both teams.
Yeah, a very defensive game by both teams, with No Mercy getting that one push. For sure, this is not the end of it, and we're gonna see what's next on Splat Zones in Museum. What do you think about this map?
Museum is really good design-wise, but I'm just not very good on the map. So, I mean, it has a pillar in the middle of the zone, which I hate, obviously. I just hate maps that do that on zones.
There's
but
something
other than that,
in the middle of most zones.
Yeah, but I hate that, really. I hate it so much. Because it's so annoying to paint the zone. But, I mean, you could really utilize your specials right here. If they get an E-leader, they could go for the right flank. I feel like that's something that's kind of underrated right now. But if you do it correctly, I feel like that can get you some picks and pressure out the other team. While Museum is like also kind of a love-hate relationship, just like with Mako Mart. But I feel like the hate kind of overshines it because I don't really like most of the modes in this. I don't know. I feel like the best mode right here is Rainmaker, and even that I don't like that much.
Yeah, well, I kind of have beef with zones on this map because I wish there was, like, the pillar allows you to get to the enemy platform or to your platform, but that's the only way, and I wish there was a different way. On every other mode, there's at least like one other way to reach the platform, either yours or the enemies, and even if they put a sponge that allowed you to move back, I feel like this map would be so much better. Because if you drop down to around the zone, you're pretty much there, and like, unless you get to top mid, and most of the time you can't. For a backline, that means like a backline cannot drop, because if the backline drop, the only way for them to do something after that is to jump out.
Yeah, and we got really aggressive comps again with the double splash in the machine, and we have the Splatana Stamper again on the side of No Mercy. And they're just going in right now. The Splatana Stamper is already fine at work right now, while it's just causing some damage, even though the crab is just kind of countering out. Never mind. It totally got destroyed. No, but Soresu is using its specials really early again, which I feel like is just kind of what they do. But there are 2 people down on the side of Soresu, so that's just kind of problematic for them right now, I feel like. And I mean, No Mercy has the zone right now, and they're already pressuring the other team by going into their base, and they just have problems getting in right now, even though they have 3 specials right now. Tri-Strike and Crabs are already used. So this could get them some pain if they manage to kind of overwhelm the other team, which it feels like it's kind of what they're going for, and it definitely seems like they can paint the zone right now while the Splash is just doing all the work with painting the zone. And yeah, so that's a big penalty for Soresu right now.
A big penalty for big points, and Soresu finally in control, finally there. Crab Tank almost instantly countered by another Crab Tank. Like, both teams are ready, but No Mercy is already on the attack again, and that Stamper on the side of No Mercy has been doing so much work and destroying every Crab Tank they see.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
the
yeah.
Stamper is really doing a lot of work for destroying the crab. I mean, it has a good object damage, so it should be its job if it kind of gets in on the crab tank because it doesn't notice it or something. And yeah, the Stamper has just been doing the work of kind of getting rid of the crabs, which is really good, and I feel like that's also why this weapon could be meta. But the machine is just kind of in the zone right now. And I mean, it's damaged right now because the Stamper could just flank it from behind, and it looks like it could go down. But it seems like it's holding up really well while the Stamper goes down. And there are 2 people down on the side of Soresu, while 1 person jumps out. And yeah, No Mercy is just kind of working on their penalty right now because it's big.
It's big, but No Mercy has like every player in the middle of the zone. It's on Soresu to really find a way to crack that defense, because like earlier when No Mercy had to leave the zone, it was because they were overcommitted on the enemy platform, and like getting them out of it allowed Soresu to really get back in. But right now, No Mercy, they are in positions where they can keep themselves alive, and right now, Soresu, well, they managed to get it back, get it big.
Yeah, I mean, Soresu really has to get the paint on that zone again because their penalty is almost over, but that's not gonna happen. Yeah, No Mercy is working down on the rate of the penalty because they just kind of overwhelmed Soresu right now, I feel like. And they actually got their penalty under Soresu. And if they can hold it up right now, this could potentially be damage dealing for Soresu because they still have 66 points, but they actually get to cap the zone. So that's really good for them. Even though it's kind of chaotic right now, the Stamper is just kind of murdering everyone. And they actually got a wipeout on Soresu, so that's really one thing of this match that could decide it all.
And that's the thing against Soresu so far. It's that they have captured the zone, they have applied penalty, but they haven't managed to really keep the zone, take control of it, and they can make points. And now, like, they used all their resources just to apply penalty on No Mercy, and No Mercy is already out with the penalty, and now it's going to be game for them unless unless Soresu manages to apply penalty again. But
yeah,
can they keep the zone now? Because everybody on No Mercy is still there, is still alive. And now 3 down for Soresu, so back at it. And No Mercy, like with just 15 seconds left, they don't need to KO there, they just need to delay the game for 10 seconds.
Yeah, I feel like going in right now is the best they could do because it's really pressuring right now because they really don't have time anymore, and this is definitely going to be game for No Mercy. Well, they got a wipeout again. They really dominated this match again. I mean, they really applied pressure good, even though Soresu was really good at fighting it off sometimes because they were at the zone, but Soresu just kind of painted over it, and that gave No Mercy a lot of penalty, which was really good for Soresu in this round.
Yeah, it really felt like Soresu had like the resources and the skills to get there, to be there. But every time No Mercy, they managed to say, oh yeah, you used 2 specials to get control of this part of the map. Well, Well, we're taking it back immediately, and you all you got from that is time, and time is not enough in your favor because we have the lead and we keep it.
Yeah. I mean, it's again 2-0 for one team, in this case, No Mercy. And the next match would have been Rainmaker Undertow. I'm kind of glad we didn't see it. I mean, I love Splatzone's Undertow, but everything else is kind of meh. Except for Clamplets. I mean, I like brushes and I like Splatzones and Clamplets on Undertow, so I'm kind of glad we didn't see Rainmaker. No, I'm just kidding.
And instead of Rainmaker, we're going to see a few ads in this break. See you soon.
Yes. Goodbye.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paddling Pool 202. We're going up with Ikaryoku against Centopia, and our first match is gonna be Flounder Heights Rainmaker. I personally love this map with C Junior, but Pat, again, my buddy Pat is here. What is your what is your opinion on this map mode?
I am so confused about this map because like I see that it's good, but like the height advantage I don't like, and I like the way you play on this map. The way there's so many like nooks and crannies and flank routes, I love it. But the moment your team has control of all of top mid, you're in control of the game, and I feel like the things go from very even to very one-sided so fast. And
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean,
Yep.
I see what you get. Sorry for interrupting you. I thought you were done. I see what you're trying to say. I mean, this map could get really one-sided, but I still like it, especially with the wave breaker like down at the checkpoint. Oh, we're seeing a Splatoon Stamper and Tetra Dualies, and we see Splatoon Stamper and the Tri-Stringer on the other side. I like both of these comms. They're actually cool.
Yeah, you don't see a bow that often, but it's a great option, especially like it's a great counter to grab tag. And in this economy, you need a counter to grab tag.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we already have the Splatoon Stamper as a really good counter for crabs, so I guess I definitely see why they're using it. And we already see the Splatoon Stamper mowing down a crab, so that's just what we were talking about. And I mean, Centopia could go in right now, and they're definitely gonna do because there are a lot of people down on the side of wait, no, yeah, there are a lot of people down on the side of Ikaryoku right now. And Centopia already has the checkpoint, so that's really good for them, while the Splatoon Stamper mows down a crab again. That's really cool. And yeah, Ikaryoku is definitely fighting for that checkpoint, or at least for that one position, because the checkpoint is already gone.
Ikaryoku, they're back in control, and that Zipcaster almost getting the kill. But right now it's a wipeout. And Centopia, they are comfy right now. There's no checkpoint for them, and they have full control of mid. They can just move forward and go to 20 points away from the KO. That's so good for them, and like Ikaryoku, they haven't scored a single point for so far.
I mean, this could definitely turn out differently because they still have 3 minutes left, so everything could change right now. But it seems like Centopia is really pressuring them out right now, even though 2 people are down on the side of Centopia. But I feel like Ikaryoku could really turn this around if they got some good special coordination right now. While it seems like Centopia is really pushing in right now, trying to keep that push, even though it's kind of in it, but the Splatoon Stamper is just going to the enemy base, getting some picks for everything that they can do right now. And it seems like the G-Tag is lagging a bit, but that's fine. I don't know, it's just kind of lame or something, I don't know. And Centopia actually got the Rainmaker again, so they could really turn this around if Ikaryoku really wants to get that Rainmaker dying right now.
And Centopia, right now, they don't even need to push up. They can just keep the Rainmaker there, waste as much time as they can, and as long as they get the picks, keep things as they are. Like they have this game in the bag, and right now it's just, oh, it's a DC.
Yeah, they actually got the DC on the side of Ikaryoku.
A DC,
So,
and that will be quick KO.
are there gentlemen agreements on Paddling Pool? I really have no idea.
I mean, I think the rules are like with 20 points left, and like the game was already so much in favor of Centopia. But I don't think like Ikaryoku wants to get back to this map mode right now.
Yeah, okay, I mean, that could make sense.
If you are joining us, this is not a Splatfest, this is Paddling Pool 202. This is the final round of group stage, and Centopia are one game away from winning it. And that next game is going to be Zones on Wahoo World.
This is just, you know, it's Wahoo, which is already bad. I mean, it's fine in some aspects. I still feel like that bridge going into mid is just stupid because it's basically not there for the entire match, I feel like. But, I mean, I guess it's fine sometimes. It just really depends on the comps and the other team.
Spy, you complain when there's a block in the middle of a zone. This is one of the few zones with nothing on it.
But it's Wahoo World! That's different,
Like,
that's
but
different.
it's Wahoo.
It's Wahoo.
Oh, it's Wahoo.
My
Yeah,
argument
you just
counts
don't
because
like
it's Wahoo.
zones. You just don't like zones. You can admit it.
No, I love Zones Flounder, okay?
Okay, you like split zones. That's...
Yeah, partly. I mean, I love Undertow zones and I love Flounder zones. I mean, this is just a case of Wahoo, because Wahoo is just a map that I don't like in general. You know?
I mean, on zones it's playable. You know, that bridge is always open. But for sure, the moment you manage to take control of it, kinda like Flounder, if you have control of top mid, the enemy, there is not so much they can do about it. Except for wait for all their specials to be ready and hope that your specials are not. So let's see how Ikaryoku manages to do on that map mode. I expect them to, like, if they have a tri-stringer player, we know they have a range, even if that tri-stringer doesn't come back. Most probably, like, we should see a range weapon, and they are so good on this map, so I hope to see that. And
Yeah, I mean, range weapons are just good in general on this map. I mean, we're definitely gonna see a Crab Tank again because it's Crab Tank. And it's just good on this map because, I mean, that upper pillar at the right side of the spawn, kind of, you know, going to mid, it could be used as an advantage for Crab Tank, but it just kind of, I feel like it's a niche that is sometimes good. It's situational, I feel like. If there are not really that many enemies, I feel like it could not be that good. But if there are a lot of people in mid, that could be very good.
yes, and I check, and it looks like the player that disconnected is still not back in the lobby, so I wonder if something happened to them. I hope it's not And welcome back. We are in the final bracket of Paddling Pool 202. I am still Pat here with Spy. How are you, Spy?
I'm really good, even though this took way too long for my regular scheduled... I don't know, I don't even have a schedule, so that doesn't matter. But anyway, we're...
Wait no more.
Yeah, we're not waiting anymore. I forgot the team names. This is a great start. Oh yeah, we're going with WAHHHHH against Rise. So we actually have a Flings a Roller. This is gonna be fun. Probably not. So yeah, you could start now, Pat.
I mean, a Flingza is a good pick if you expect to see an E-liter on the enemy side, and both teams with the E-liter right now. So I expect this Flingza to do a lot of damage to the enemy team as long as the rest of their team can move on when the missiles are fired.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the E-liter is gonna have a real problem in general because this team has basically, yeah, just 3 displacement specials or 2 displacement specials with the Tri-Strike and the missiles. With the crab tank, it could also be used as displacement, kind of. And we already see Rise is going in right now. They already have 33 on the counter right now. This was a really strong push, especially at the beginning. And they're already down to 27, but I feel like this push could end now. But I feel like the splash is ready to pressure a bit more. But yeah, that was a really strong push already at this beginning. They do have a penalty of 36 now, which will be hard to build out of, but I feel like they could do it if they get to avoid the flings or something.
Yeah, that's a great first push by Rise. Like, they did not waste time, and they already have 16 clans, and they're already ready to push again, at least, but as long as they manage to get the picks on WAHHHH. And right now it looks more like trades than picks, so Rise should, it looks like they have control of the middle of the map. They have their E-liter so far ahead, ready to push up, but right now WAHHHHH needs to paint the zone to take some space for themselves, and like it looks like they struggle just to put themselves into mid.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of neutral right now. I mean, WAHHHHH has already kind of pushed into the mid and has the control of the mid, but it's just really neutralized right now because neither of the teams is really ready to push right now. I mean, there are not a lot of people down lane. I mean, the Flanger has gone down on the side of WAHHHH, but it seems like they can hold mid pretty well, even though they're kind of giving up on it now because they were overwhelmed right now because Rise was just getting some picks, and the E-liter is also good at pressuring because it just puts that emotional pressure on, you know?
And Rise right now, like, they are happy with this, with nothing happening in this game. Like, they want to still be threatening, but as long as nothing happens, Rise is winning, and with just less than 2 minutes left, Rise is on a very good path to get this game won.
I mean, they got the big clam that they actually collected back to the spawn, and they're just kind of backing out right now. I feel like Rise would be able to score now if they want to. I mean, it definitely looks like they want to because they have a big clam ready. But it seems like the E-liter is kind of backing off, but it's just basically avoiding the missiles. Well, it's a 3v3 right now, so anything could happen. But if Rise really puts their special and this crab especially into this, they could get another push off, which could potentially be even better and get the penalty off, which it definitely looks like because they only have a penalty of 1. And they actually get a big clam, so that's gonna be wild. They're down to 8.
Just
so
3 clams.
Yeah, it would be 3 clams, but there are 3 people down, so that's not happening, no. It was really close though.
Yeah, and right now, wow, they could put 4 super clams in the basket and still lose.
Yeah, I mean,
good luck.
No, I mean, the Flingza has got the big climb. I feel like that could be good for them because they have the missiles. I mean, they don't have them ready right now, but I feel like Wah is just kind of ready to get into the push because there's only about 20 seconds left. So the E-Leader is on the side of Rise is also kind of not really able to do much because of that one ledge. It's not really able to show that much, and it's also in the kind of fight against the other E-Leader. But what the hell? Wah is actually down to 30 already, which is actually huge. They have to keep this open though.
Keep it open, but not by much. If they have a few more climbs. Humo managing to keep some space there, but
No,
too
that's
little,
game.
too late. Too little, too late by WA. Like it took them 5 minutes to assemble a push, and by that time, Rise had already won.
Yeah, actually, I mean, that last push was actually really good done by Wah, and it was not enough, but that one push could have decided it all just because they got to that 1 point really closely. But unfortunately, this was game for Rise.
Yes, game for Rise. Right now, WA have they back on the wall. This is single elimination. If they lose this next game, they are out of the tournament. So good luck to WA, and they are going to defend their tournament life on a classic. Spy, we are going to Mecha Zones.
I mean, it is like Mecha Zones. I have always mixed feelings because on the one side I love Mako with all my heart, but on the other side I hate it with all my heart. But I feel like the positives kind of outshine the negative because you have the bunkers, which are really good for, I mean, E-Leaders, I think. Also good for machines because of that slope, you know? It's really good for just dealing damage to people who are on the slope. And it's just really well designed, and I love the zone in the middle. It's just kind of... it looks like a Tetris block. I don't know, okay. That was really weird, okay.
What I love about this map is that like it's small enough that you will have back and forth. Its geometry leaves every weapon with something to do. And that's all you want in a map. And there are flamethrowers. So what more do you need? It's a good map. And
yeah, I mean, compared to the rather lackluster map design of the Splatoon 3 maps we have right now, this is really a map that shines over a lot of maps with its, well, map design.
And WA gets rid of a Flingza and gets a C Junior instead. C Junior that can spam those torpedoes. So good on this map, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they have the double wave breaker. I mean, wave breaker is really good on its own. I don't know how they're gonna play around with 2 wave breakers. That could be rather annoying, having to dodge 2 wave breakers at once. I wonder how they're gonna use that. But right now, Rise seems to have the lead and could get the zone, but I feel like, yeah, WA captured it, and they didn't get a lot of points, but they definitely got some value out of that, even though Rise has gotten the zone back and is ready to get that number down to whatever amount they could want if they play well enough or coordinate with their specials.
And right now 2 players down on the side of Rise, and with the ink strike, like it was turn to take control, still keeping 2 players down. Hubo trying to get the extra kill, cannot completely get it. Ooh, nice by Ikaryoku. That should give some space and some time to WA to catch up and finally put some points on the board and maybe get the lead.
Yeah, I mean, that snipe was really smooth. Now, WA actually has the lead right now, which could give them a penalty if Rise is able to capture that zone again. But right now, it seems like they won't. Oh, okay, never mind. They actually did. Yeah, so, I mean, that was rather crazy. I mean, 2 people are already down on the side of WA, so they could be really out of this disadvantage right now. if Rise is able to get their penalty down, this could apply some more pressure to the team. We still have 3
Damn.
minutes left, so there's everything on, but that could really change up things.
And the zone is about to flip again in favor of Rise. Like players, it's 2 down on the side of one team. The other team takes the zone and gets 2 players down. Again, but right now, wow, they are at the disadvantage. The 52 is on their platform. Once you have a 52 on a crab there, it's like you just can't get out of your own spawn. And things get really hard. And right now, Bryce, they are using the clock. They don't need to get the picks, they just need to stay there and slow things down.
Yeah, I mean, Rise has really gotten a good number, but it's just kind of a back and forth of which team is kind of pressuring which team. But it seems like if WAHHHHH doesn't get in right now, this could be the game. But it seems like they're gonna cap the zone, and they do, because there's only one teammate remaining on the side of Rise. And that is actually it for the push. They have a big penalty, which they're gonna build off, hopefully for them. But WAHHHH is just in that zone right now.
What a save by WAHHHH, like just 2 points away. And they, not only like do they apply penalty, they get full control of the zone, they get rid of their penalty. And right now, if they manage to keep it, they could come back, but Rise back there in.
I mean,
for a second, like Rise, like they held the zone for so long, but now it's back to the back and forth.
yeah, I mean, Rise is holding that zone right now. Their penalty is kind of equal right now, but they're definitely down to 2, and that is definitely something that WAHHHH should look out for if they want to win this match, because there's only 1 minute left. But WAHHHH actually got wiped out by Rise, which is really bad for them right now because there's not much time left. And the T-Tech would probably just kind of build their special right now, because it's about time they get in and it actually uses the tri-strike, because there's only about 2 seconds left for them. But they could flip the zone right now, and they actually did, which applies a big penalty to Rise again. Even if they can flip the zone again, that was a really important move for them.
Such a big penalty, but right now it is Rise's game to lose. With just 15 seconds left and almost no penalty, WAHHHH needs a miracle. They need everything they have, and I see specials coming. The tri-strike, the crab tank is deployed, but they don't get the zone!
It was neutralized in the last second, but they actually didn't even get the zone. That is like kind of sad because it was actually neutralized. But that was a really close match. It was just kind of going back and forth because both teams just kind of applied the penalty to each other, and that was just like really something that kind of stretched this game, because like the penalty was always like really low, and then there was zone cap, and like the other team just got the penalty off, and then it's a zone cap again. It was really interesting and just a back and forth of everything. And yeah, that's 2-0 for Rise.
Yeah, well, like they did good. They had the pushes. They made the points. They made a great push on clam bits, but it's like they were always a tad bit behind Rise, and well, that's how Rise got it. Now maybe we should take a look at our brackets, Barry.
Yeah, I mean, Rise will go up against Culp. What is Culp?
Culp?
I've never heard of that. They're seed 3, Rise is seed 19.
I mean, Culp must be kelp if you don't know how to type.
No.
And right now, these 4 teams that managed to get out of round 1, they are going against the top 4 teams, the top 4 seeds of the tournament. So good luck to you guys.
And I feel like this is the end of our block, right? I mean, it's... Is it?
I don't know. Let me take a look. I think maybe we have another round? Or maybe not? Yeah, this should be the end for us. Anyways, where can people find you, Spy?
I mean, they can find me on Twitter. It is like sometimes shown in the bottom left corner at Dr. Spy LOL. I don't play League of Legends, but I thought LOL was funny. But yeah, where can people find you?
Well, you can find me on Twitter too at Pat or Tom. And I guess that's it. Bye.
Just a straight up bye.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
I feel like goodbyes are really hard to say because it's kind of weird to articulate oneself. But yeah, this should be the end for us. You're gonna be with some other commentators from now on. It was really fun, and we'll see you some other time. Goodbye.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paddling Pool 202. Do not ask where your previous commentators went. For legal purposes, they are on a nice cruise near Hawaii. I am one of your co-commentators here today and am joined by Suki as we're getting into the next round of single elimination, seeing Yessir versus La Fashion Week. How are you doing today, Suki?
What about you?
I'm doing pretty well myself.
That's nice. That's what we want to hear. And actually, I'm looking forward to today's tournament. We're in single elimination round 2, and we're getting right into it on Eeltail Raidmaker.
Already looking at the comps here, one of them is putting me to sleep, La Fashion Week with double machine, double splash. And the other one here from Yessir, we got like Shot, we got Roller, we got E-Leader, and we got Stamper. There's a lot of variety they got on their side. But of course, Yessir is going to be a very formidable opponent, knowing what this team has done recently in 20XX. moving up pretty far in alpha bracket, as we're already seeing the Stamper just sitting up on that bridge, trying to push it up with their teammate as they got 3 down on Yessir and now taking it to the checkpoint.
Yeah, which was pretty fast. I mean, we're like 30 seconds in, and Yessir always like sets a statement for the beginning of this matchup. And of course, the Rainmaker is being fought for, and the pop went off for Yessir again. La Fashion Week now has to do everything to prevent another push of Yessir here. But yeah, they're 2 down already.
Yessir can't seem to find any footing right now as La Fashion Week is just pushing up on them. Opting to take it right, but going to get splatted because of it. There was a splash just watching there, and now they're just going to be pushing up even more on them here. As we're seeing Booyah Bombs come out, we're just seeing the splashes push up. It's a very linear map here, so it's very hard for somebody to say Shark and then pick up the Rainmaker and then just push it to the end. It's very linear, so spots to Shark are very, very minuscule here. As Yessir is starting to get a push in themselves, getting up on this bridge, but this Stamper is trying to push up on them. Somebody on their team has to get on that bridge as that Stamper is going for a flank, but that Trizooka out of nowhere just coming in and being like, I'm just going to take that pick myself. You didn't even know I was here.
Yeah, like that was a very precise shot from that Trizooka, and the push is going through. We have another checkpoint. This time we have it for Yessir.
Yeah, getting it down, and now Yessir has to try to push up here. They don't need their crab tick anymore, so they're opting to push up, and they're going to get the lead. 2 down on La Fashion Week, and that Stamper gets a pick on the Rainmaker, but they're caught in the Booyah Bomb. Another Booyah Bomb coming off from the other machine, as they're going to try to take it, but that roller right there just waiting for them to try it. They got it all the way to 4, which is a very good lead on this map. So now La Fashion Week has to find something in order to get the push, especially against a comp like double splash, double machine, the honk shoe sort of thing.
Yeah, even though we still have 2.5 minutes left on the clock, it's still hard to actually do a push below 4. I mean, 4 is pretty far, especially on Eel Tail, where you have just like not many ways to actually flank or do some sharking. But La Fashion Week actually gets 2 picks on both machines, which is pretty good to maybe get an opening for a counter push.
Yep, already seeing here, but the splash was on their bridge, going to be able to get that pick and is now running back, making sure they don't get spotted by the roller. They have their crab tank at the ready, and they're going to be popping it here on block on the bottom here, just trying to shred this bubble, because if they can shred that, they'll be able to push up on them. But it seems like they're going to be alone going on right, and the Stamper knows what they're doing, is going to be able to get a charge slash off on them. Already sees another player over on that left side. They're just trying to push up as much as they can. We're already seeing the Spider-Man being pulled out here, trying to see if they can go up, trying to one-shot that Booyah Bomb, but at least they got the assist on that.
Yeah, and every assist, every pick is very important now. I mean, we still have 1 minute left, but we see that Fashion Week doesn't have much map control. They can't push any further right now, and they need some important picks here to actually have a chance.
You see the leader opting, but 2 on La Fashion Week are gonna go down. 3 leaving just the leader left alive, as they're gonna be left scrambling on what they're gonna need to do here in order to just stay alive. But they're gonna get picked off in the end by the machines. We see Fun's trying to push up, but they're gonna get picked off themselves. 40 seconds left alive. If I was Nico here, I would just try to stay back and fire the Rainmaker as much as possible, just letting the counter go all the way to 0. All they need to do is stay back, get picks, as the Rainmaker gets 2 down on the side of La Fashion Week. All they need to do is just stay back and fire.
Yeah, and that's what they actually do. I mean, Bridge is a very good position to actually keep like the lead going on. I mean, we see La Fashion Week struggling to actually get to the Rainmaker. Oh, but there are some insane Trizooka shots again. But still, the Rainmaker is alive, and we only have a few seconds left. And yeah, the first point goes to Yessir in this case.
Yep, you saw there the roller tried to make a make for break at the end there to at least try to get him off, but in the end, it It was just Yessir being able to stay back and just keep that Rainmaker alive that pretty much got them the win. So now what we're going to have to do is La Fashion Week, it's got to make a comeback, starting out on Splat Zone's Brine Water Springs. This is a map notorious for how small it is and how Crab Tank is. I mean, Crab Tank is oppressive everywhere, but it's really oppressive here.
Yeah, I mean, it can work out pretty well on this map and the mode, of course. And I'm looking forward to see some switches maybe in the comp, to be honest. Maybe we're gonna see like the full meta comp again from Yessir.
I mean, we're already seeing a pretty meta comp from them.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
they'll
right.
switch
It's just we just see full meta out here again. But maybe we're gonna see some more variation in that map.
Maybe.
Would be very cool, to be honest.
Yeah. It would be pretty nice to see them go for something else, but you know, people like meta. Meta just helps you win. That's why people like meta. Not even like the current meta, but just meta as a concept.
In general, that's what the meta is for, right? So yeah, I'm gonna look forward to what La Fashion Week actually does in that case, since they have to actually win that round to get like the point and qualify. Because they have to like overthink stuff to maybe have another chance. I mean, we have a best of 3, which means Yessir has a match point. But we're into the game and we are at Brinewater Springs Splat Zones. And we still see the same comps, which is pretty cool.
La Fashion Week is going for a little bit of a switch up, switching out their V-Shot and Splat Roller for the T-Tech and the Flingza. Very interesting. I'm not sure how that's going to work out for them, especially with E-Leader and Flingza being on the same comp. That's going to be like a double backline sort of thing. I'm not sure if that's going to really work out, especially as Yessir is already taking the positions they need to. Crab is already coming out and pushing on the Stamper here. It's just the Crab on the Stamper, but the Crab had their backside exposed for the Stamper to just come in and pick them off. But the other Crab was able to keep it alive and get a pick on them.
And it was a very, very good and important pick for La Fashion Week. They have to actually get into the map. We have like a very nice double from that E-Leader. But we're down to 53. La Fashion Week finally tries to get into the zone, but Yessir does everything to prevent that.
We see the Flingza here opting to hide on that left side and getting the pick on the splash. They got their penalty down, which is a very low one, so it's understandable here. As Nico's just trying to back up here, trying to be wary of this Zipcaster. Make sure that they don't get picked off by this in the slightest.
Yeah, and we just see that picks are getting done. And we see some crap action again on Yessir's side. They trying to get that zone back, and they actually got it, even though the Wavebreaker is still in zone. We see some double or triple teaming on that T-Tag, and it worked out pretty well. So Yessir is trying to push back La Fashion Week in that case, but it didn't work out. 3 down on their side, and now La Fashion Week has another chance to actually get the lead. The penalty is down, and now they are only a few points away from that lead.
Yeah, only a few points now as La Fashion Week has taken the lead, but their Stamper is going to go down as Typhlo is they're putting all their specials on this zone. Both teams, both Booyah Bombs go on the zone, taking it for Yessir, but then the Tri-Strike going to be able to take it back. But now Yessir has the zone back once again, as they're going to be opting to try to keep it as long as possible, as the leader is already going up on this snipe, but they're going to be pushed back alongside the Flingza. They got their special at the ready, but it's almost penalty gone for Yessir. Splash is going to go down, but they have the positioning, and they're just trying to build as many specials as possible. As I hear the Booyah Bomb coming out. But did they pull it off? I don't think they did. They got picked off.
Yeah, it actually got picked off, which actually isn't that good for the team. But we have another zone cap for Yessir, which means the points are running down again, and we have a lead switch. 2 down on La Fashion Week side, and now Yessir has the best chance to actually push that team further.
So we're seeing the Stamper going for a Spider-Man position, gonna get a pick on Rias. The splash here as they're just trying to push up. Yessir has got it to 9, but they need to keep the zone to make sure the members of La Fashion Week can't do any more than they already have. Tyflow alone pushing up here as Nico is trying to get up there himself, but it's just a matter of time. As they're getting Tri-Strike on the zone, they're trying to take it back with specials, but Yessir is just painting over it. 2 down, it's just the Flingza and the leader. That's not going to be a lot of fighting power on the board, as the splash with the crowd tank is just going to be able to keep him out so easy.
Yeah, we just have a few points of the penalty left, and now the time is running for La Fashion Week. They need to get into it, but the Flingza's down again, and therefore we have another point for Yessir.
Yes, and because this is a best of 3, Yessir is going to be the ones moving on in this tournament, leaving La Fashion Week out of the tournament now. Good jobs to both teams, but Yessir is, in the end, is just going to use the to give them the victory.
It worked out pretty well. Both teams actually had some very, very good picks in both matches. But we're gonna see what the team of Yessir is gonna do in the next rounds. And yeah, I guess we're gonna see you after the break.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a Getting Started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Welcome back, everybody, to Paddling Pool 202. We're in the quarterfinals, and I'm still joined by NM. Now we have the teams WMehdi Retirement versus Munchables, and we have a best of 5 going on with some interesting maps. And yeah, we actually get right into the game, which is Hagglefish and Tower Control. And we see like the common comms in this case.
There's some interesting comps here. Both teams have their, their feeder, their dyer. We got the Tetra on WMehdi, and Munchables have their Wiper. But they also have like Splash, Junior, and Explo on that side, which I find really interesting. Explo is going to be the back line. Splash is probably going to push up, and Junior is going to be the support. And on Medley Retirement, we got Splash, Carbon Deco, which is also going to be just trying to slay as much as possible. And that T-Tech, which you already saw the Tri-Strikes coming out. 2 down already on Munchables as Tart is just fighting for their life on that tower, going back and forth here, trying to make sure IPS cannot pick them off. They are alone. Tart is just getting beat in the corner.
Yeah, that player actually survived very long on that tower. But now WMehdi Retirement is pushing forward, and we're close to checkpoint 1. We see a nice Trizuka from Okami, but he couldn't pick anyone yet.
Yeah, as we're seeing WMehdi just trying to paint for a crab here, as everyone's pretty much on that tower. Okami going in and going to be able to get the Wiper pretty easy here, as Goose is just trying to back up and stay for life. Already getting their crab tank, fighting with Mehdi here, as they're just trying to stay alive. Both crabs want the other crab down. Tetra is going to be pushing up. Goose's crab is gone here, as they're just trying to push up as much as possible. Josh going on that right alongside the Splash. Wiper's going to go down. Tart's taking control of the tower, and the Reslider on the right, but Goose is able to live and pick him off just by using that wall to their advantage.
But still, WMehdi is still on tower. We see another crab tank going off to actually push that second checkpoint, and yeah, we're close to checkpoint number 3 for WMehdi in this case. The Splash is down on their side, and for some reason 2 down on Munchables' side, which is very, very bad, but they actually could pick 2 out of WMehdi, which is very important to stop the push, but it actually didn't work out, and we have a first point.
First point going to be going to WMehdi Retirement here. I guess he's just on his deathbed or something. I don't know why he's retiring.
Yeah, that's a good question, right?
Retiring, old man or something.
I mean, we don't know.
We do not know.
But for some reason there are some people in retirement when it comes to Splatoon.
Yeah, some people do retire from the game. It's understandable. I never get the phrasing for retirement, like saying I'm retiring from this. Just say you're done. Retiring implies like you got a bunch of money and you could live for the rest of life, or you're just old. Just say you're done.
I guess they're just old, and therefore they say they're retired.
They're old.
I mean, many of us get old, right? But by now.
Wait, let me look up the definition for retirement.
Oh
I need
no!
To make sure I need to make sure I'm correct.
Okay, while you do that, I'm gonna talk about the next match, which will be Bad Zones on Sturgeon Shipyard. I guess we're gonna see that Expo again, since it's very, very good for zones, and I guess on Sturgeon Shipyard it worked out pretty well. I guess some comps won't change. And oh my god, they are so fast when it comes to their weapons. We're already starting off the second game. Oh yeah, there's the Expo going on.
Yeah, it seems that WMehdi Retirement is opting for the same comp. However, Munchables is actually going for something a little bit different, switching out their V Junior for a C Junior this time, and now trading out that Splatana Wiper for a Carbon Deco.
Pretty interesting to see like 2 comps in one match, especially in zones. But I guess it makes sense to actually choose that weapon when it comes like to the other team. But we have 2 down on both teams. But still, WMehdi has the zone. Munchables has to do something right now, even though we're at like 70 points. We see that like the map control is on WMehdi's side, which isn't very good for that comp of Munchables. Oh, and that Seed Junior was picked by that Carbon, which means they don't have much to paint. Extra and Carbon last on Munchables' side, and even that Carbon got picked again.
Not good for them as WMehdi still has control of the zone. Tri-Strike going to come off, but they're going to be picked off, and the zone is going to be going to Munchables for the first time here. As the Tetras are just trying to live for themselves on that right side, going to be trying to push in alongside the Splash. Going to get that pick. Can they get Tart? Tart is in the corner here, but they're going to be able to get the pick on Mehdi with the C Junior, but they're going to be picked off themselves by the Tetra here, as the Carbon is already positioning on that left side, but they opt to jump out, knowing that it is not safe. Almost up for penalty for WMehdi, so Munchables here has to get their specials to be able to push back in. Already popping the Ink Storm and the Crab Tank. This is their chance, but I'm pretty sure there's a Carbon right behind them, and Goose has to move out of the way of that Tri-Strike.
Even though Goose had to move, they actually have the chance to switch that zone up. We see Mehdi here going on with the Crab Tank, and after using it, actually he's getting picked. But we see that Munchables now has the chance to actually do a decent push. The map controls on their side, and they finally get the chance to have some picks. But we see a flank going on by the Tetras from WMehdi. Yeah,
All
that's
for WMehdi. Okay, seeing here we have the Splash going on the spinner, but they know that he's there. He's gonna try to push up, but there's so many members of Munchables on that left side. They have to be aware of that, as Josh is already set up here on that left side. Goose is fighting with Mehdi to see which Splash wins. Mehdi gonna be winning here, as Josh is pushing up here. They almost got the zone, just a little bit more paint, but the Chetra coming from behind, gonna be able to pick off that Carbon and just keep that left side away from the members of Munchables here. Josh is gonna go down, Tart's gonna go down, Goose gonna go down, Mehdi is going off!
Wow, that was a very nice trip roll. Oh my god, Mehdi has now made that push more decent. We see that actually the penalty is going down, was down, and now we're down to 20 points. Munchables now has not much time left.
Yeah, they don't have much time left in order to make something happen, so they got to get as much paint on as possible, and they're going to be able to get a stalemate on the zone here. Mehdi only has 3 points left, and they're going to be able to take it. Now, if Munchables wants to continue in this tournament, they have to get a reverse sweep. There's no other option.
They still have the chance though, and they have to switch up something to actually make it work. But there's still a chance to actually qualify for the next round.
Now they got to make something work here, and if they don't, that is going to be GG's for them. Starting here on Clam Blitz Flounder. Now, we have seen some stuff on Flounder Heights from top players, mainly in 20XX, as more sloshers is what you want to do. Maybe putting a tri-slosher or just getting more machines on the table. That seems to be what people opt to do on this map. So we might be seeing the teams opting for those sloshers. For example, we have seen like a Tetra on one side and a Wiper on the other, very thievy weapons. Maybe they're both going to opt for try in this map.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to actually switch the comp a bit. Especially if you're going to look what works on Flounder Heights the best, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I guess, like, I will say that we're gonna switch the carbons. For some reason, when it comes to carbons, some say that they don't work out as good as they do on other maps when it comes to Flounder Heights. So I'm looking forward to see that.
All right. So they're going to be resetting the match right now. Just some mistakes, as you see the screen.
Yeah, the settings were wrong, so we're just gonna talk a bit more until the match finally starts.
Mhm.
And yeah, what do you think we're gonna see from both teams? And
As I said before, like that tri-slosher from either side might be pretty good, or like a machine or two. T-Tech has been used by IPS for the last 2 matches, and I don't see that changing. Tri-Strike is very good on this map, especially with how it's structured. So getting a good Tri-Strike off will be able to take so much space. So I don't expect that to be switching up for him.
yeah, I totally agree with that. Like, it does make sense to actually stay on that weapon, and especially on that map. Tri-Strike is very, very strong on Flounder Heights, or especially it in general it got better. But yeah, I'm looking forward to actually see some Clan Blitz action on this map.
Yeah. Clan Blitz is always the most coordinated of modes, mainly because the objective is just much more complicated than the other 3 modes, which is just paint this area or get this thing over to this place. It's like you got to get a bunch of little things, and then you make a big thing, and then you throw it in a basket, and then you got to throw a bunch of little things in the basket, and then if it resets, you got to get the little things again to make the big thing again.
Yeah, so it's like a full-on team mode. And when it comes to teams, we're back in the game. We have a match point situation for WMehdi retirement, and now we're starting off, and we don't see like big changes. The C Junior on Munchables side changed to the V Junior.
Yeah, pretty surprised with you to see the V Junior, because Bubbler is only really useful in this mode for securing your basket or pushing up on their basket. The other times where they're going to be fighting in mid, the only thing they can really do is throw splat bombs, and nothing that much more here, as they're already making a really good push, getting a wipeout on Munchables. Now they just got to get clams, and we see the Tetra just already having that A and immediately being able to push up. As they're getting more, they're going to be missing that super clam, but Mehdi is going to be able to come back in and take it. They're pushed up so far on Munchables right now, but they just got to keep getting clams. Okami going to finally go down. As this Explode, they are the slosher, so they do have a little bit of advantage, especially with how Explosher is. They're going to be opting to push up here. Mehdi pushing up on the basket, already going to get down to 33 here, as IPS is using that Tri-Strike to see if they can get any more, but they might not be able to.
Yeah, these Settlers tried to actually get closer, but they were picked off by Munchables. But Okami already is pushing forward again, which means there is another chance of another push. But when we look at the score, we're down to 33 in round about 1.5 minutes, which is like pretty solid for the beginning of that match. Now Munchables has to have a good way in, pushing into mid and getting some picks. We have a trade-off from both carbons.
Seeing a Reef Slider come out from these Tetras. The members of WMehdi retirement are just trying to find another way back in. The Tetra trying to get something done, but is not going to be able to get any picks off on the members of Munchables, as they're starting to push up themselves. The key, who's trying to stay alive, going to be able to get a pick on Okami. IPS just backing up, trying to play life as much as possible. The members of Mehdi retirement are just trying to get some more stuff in, but frankly, with the lead they have, they can just defend mid the entire game and be fine. But it's not looking good, as 2 are going to be down on WMehdi retirement. 3 down. It is just the T-Tech. They got to stay alive here, because if they get picked off, it's not going to be good for them. Tetra jumping to that T-Tech, already trying to go for a pick here, going to be able to get it on that Junior, as the members of WMehdi retirement are just pushing up on this Carbon, going to be able to get a trade. And now the advantage is starting to get back in favor of WMehdi retirement with pretty much a complete wipeout.
Yeah, they actually had a pretty solid defense in that case, since the T-Tech was alone at first, but these Tetras do a very, very good job. But they get getting picked. 2 down on WMehdi retirement side, but they still have the lead, which means they can keep it chill when it comes to the game. but not too chill.
Yeah, we see IPS here keeping on that right side, trying to see what they can do. They're just trying to find a solution, but they have to back up in order not to be picked off by Goose and that Crab here. Going to be opting to push Tri-Strike on their left side and on their stack here. Just trying to push up as Tetra's on the bottom, and IPS gets 2 of them down with the jump, going to be picked off too, and now it is the perfect time for them to push up here. Going to be able to get a wipeout, taking out the last member alive, and now they need only 14 in order to get the victory here. IPS on that right side, just trying to get as many clams as possible. They're just going to go down. They have to get some more in if they want to get the wipeout here. They only need 3 more clams, but the time is almost done, and the Tetras are not in a good spot to be able to be picked off themselves. Good defense from Munchables in the end there, but now in a minute, they have to basically get a knockout.
And that's very, very hard to actually do, especially with that like small amount of time that they have. Goose is now coming up with that crab tag. We see the bubbler going off for some protection. And they're close to the basket, but... Ooh.
This might be the perfect chance.
Yeah, and there is the chance. We see them pushing down to already 60, and they go further down. We see a Trizuka coming off.
Ooh, but the Carbon on the side of Mehdi is going to be able to get the pick there. Target to be backed up. They have clams, but it's not looking good for them. They're going to go down. 3 down. This might be the end of the push. And yeah, that's going to be the end.
Yeah, we have a final wipeout.
They literally have just overtime. If they can't get it here, it's over for them. So they have to push up here, and they have to get picks. Expo going on this left side, trying to push in. They got over 3 of them tied to a bomb! They tied to 1 split bomb!
IPS did a very, very impressive job with that bomb. Oh my god.
Oh, what a way to end that match.
Imagine being IPS in that moment.
IPS just froze that bomb before they get picked off. They're like, oh, I got 3?
Imagine you're dying or getting picked, and then you see, oh, I still got 3. No worries.
Yeah, all good for them. WMehdi retirement is going to be moving on to semifinals themselves, and Munchables is now out of the tournament as they will be fighting another day, waiting to see if they can do something else, maybe in the next paddling pool here. Looking at the bracket, though, we see Robbe et Amit beating Booyah Gang 3-1, and Yessir versus Defrost still going on as we're just waiting on that match. And of course, Klopp versus Sanguine Seas. Oh, Sanguine Seas beat No Mercy. That's pretty impressive.
That's very impressive to actually see that. And we're gonna see what teams will be moving forward to the semifinals. And yeah, I guess we're gonna see you in a few moments back in the semifinals.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Paddling Pool 202. I am NM once again, joined by Suki, as we're now getting to the semifinals here with Rob Ed Amis versus Yessir. Looking at the roster here, Rob's team has 2 members of Penguin, being Cam and Noah. So that's already a stacked roster as is, and they got Godders too. And of course, Yessir we saw before. They're already a very formidable team. This is going to be a really decisive match. Like, both teams are really stacked, and we're just going to see what both teams are going to be able to bring to the table to be able to get them to finals. But of course, if they do lose this, it's not like they're out of the tournament. They're going to be going on to the bronze match. But how do you feel about it, Suki?
Yeah, I totally agree with you when we look at the roster. I mean, we have, like, when it comes to skill, both teams have so much to actually put out there. And I'm looking forward to it, who's gonna like qualify for the finale. But we're already getting right into it. We have splat zones on the Wahoo World.
Getting into it here. Yessir, of course, sticking to the usual comp. And
Oh my god.
yeah, and Rob
So
and
many
Amis going for something pretty similar, but of course Rob is known for their brush, so instead of that machine, they're going to be going for a brush instead.
Yeah, which I find very funny since we have like full meta going on. We see so many slashines, so many splashes, so many crab tanks in this matchup. And there's one single brush.
Rob is unique.
Yeah, he's special, and that's what we like.
He's special.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, you can be very proud of yourself to play like not meta when we have matchup like these, like double splash, double slashine. Especially as a brush, you have a hard time sometimes, right? Since you don't have like the range that both of these weapons have, but you have a movement that a slashine does not have, which is very good.
Yeah. As we're talking here, though, it seems that Yessir is starting to make a push onto the zone here. The Splash is just trying to make sure they can't do anything about it, but Rob's going to go down, and they got to be painting this zone here, and they get a wipeout on the members of Yessir. As, yeah, that's pretty much it for that match, and Rob at the miss is going to get the first match here, as Yessir is now going to pick a counter pick for them to win on.
That was a very fast one for Rob. And yeah, we're gonna see what Yessir is gonna pick for the first counter pick. I mean, they still have a few chances to actually get the win for this matchup, but we only saw one match yet, so we're gonna see what awaits us next.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing Gwyneth's in this next one. We don't even know the map mode. So depending on what Yessir wants to pick here, that's what's going to go down. That's what's going to decide how comps are going to play out. But of course, they're just all sticking for splashes and machines with like a sprinkle of ink brush from Rob. And I don't see Rob getting off that ink brush in any situation, really. So it just honestly depends on what Yessir wants to go for here and what they really want. That's going to really decide how they go by this.
And I guess they're gonna choose like very carefully what they're gonna choose next. I mean, we saw like a very strong opening for that matchup on Rob's side, and I think so too that we still gonna see that brush going on in the next few matches, since it already worked out in the first match.
It already worked out pretty well for them. Like, I don't see Yessir getting off that comp. It's the standard. It's the standard.
Yeah. What would you change on that comp, right? There's nothing much to actually change there since we have meta.
Yeah, there's nothing you would change. You just wouldn't.
Yeah. So there's no reason to. The only thing they have to be careful about is like the map and mode comp that they have to choose now. And they are actually taking a while to choose it.
Yeah, they're taking a good amount of time here as we're just waiting on what they're really going to decide to pick.
Again, they're taking their time, which is pretty understandable. since we're already in the semis and we have a single elimination going on.
Yeah, they want to make sure that they have a really good map mode for their weapons. But again, it is double splash, double machine. There's not really there's not really a map that's gonna really screw that over. Maybe they're gonna want to go for like, I don't know. I'm just gonna pull something out. Maybe they're gonna go for like, oh, they're going for tower control Mako Mart. That's what they're gonna go for here.
I mean, pretty solid map mode combination, especially for Slashines and Splash. So I guess it makes sense to actually choose that map in this situation. Maybe it works out in their favor. We're gonna see.
Yeah, we're gonna see if it actually works out in their favor for them. I hope they don't lose on their counter pick because I know how damaging that can be. Because it's like, okay, you pick that counter pick because you know you're gonna do well, but you still lose on it. That's what you never want to see happen, because if that's what happens, it's just like, damn.
Yeah, for the team, it's always like putting down their nerves if you're gonna like lose on that counter pick. But I guess both teams are pretty much experienced, so I guess they're gonna deal with it in a very professional way, even if it doesn't work out. But if it doesn't work out, they have to do reverse, which would be very, very hard to do, right? Sometimes reverses are very hard.
We're just gonna have to wait and see on what they're doing here with the comps. Probably not really that much change though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meta.
Funny meta go burr.
We're gonna get right into it. Tower control on Megamart. We're in the semifinals, and we see the same comps going on from both teams. Double splash, double slashine, and double splash, one slashine, one brush on Robbe's side.
Starting out here, Typhlo has to back up as Cam is taking their stack. Very good position to make here. Trying to push up on the left side, getting a pick on Funds. Can they get a pick on Typhlo? Yes, they can, leaving just one splash left alive on the other team. Getting a wipeout with only one machine being left alive on the battlefield.
That was very, very fast. Picks after picks were done. But that Slashine was last, and two Slashines down on Yessir's side already, which means that Robbe actually can push further. We're on checkpoint number 1 now, but the Slashine got picked out.
As we're seeing Noah trying to use their crab tank, and it's just that one splash. It's just them, but Noah's going to go down, but Cam is going to finish them off for them as Cam's trying to push up, but they're going to be put off themselves. Nico going to be getting on the tower. Robbe going to get a jump in as they know Robbe is behind them and is just trying to keep him out, which they successfully do, but it's 2 down. Goddard's going to go down to Typhlo here. Typhlo trying to push up, getting a pick on Noah. They're doing really well right now, but they got to be getting more. Cam going to be off too. This is the perfect time for Yessir to push up.
Yeah, Yessir was able to get some picks on Robbe, and they actually take the chance and they push with both wheels and try to actually get that checkpoint down, and they have a chance to push further. Checkpoint 1 is down, and oh, very nice shot from Franz here.
Gonna be pushing up here. We see Typhlo just sticking on the tower, trying to make sure they play life here. Spy Bomb gonna go off, Killer Whale gonna go off. Typhlo in the end is gonna be picked off here, but they got a good amount of the checkpoint done, as they're already halfway done with that checkpoint. 2 down on the side of Yessir though, as Rise is just trying to stay alive, going to be in there. Booyah Bomb as Goddard is trying to back up, but they're going to get picked off, and Noah is in a very bad spot here, trying to fight this up to Crab Tank, but they got a Machine on them too. Machine is just trying to push up as much as possible. They're just going for Noah, but they're opting to back up, as they know they're going to be in a bad spot if they go any further, as Yessir still has an Iron Fist in mid, but one of the machines is going to go down here. Nico trying to get something, but they're surrounded on all fronts. Robbe is actually going to go down themselves to the splash. Can the splash get any? He's going to get a trade here. And now it is 2 of Robbe and Hamis left alive here, as Cam is going on that left side. We're watching out for those angles that the machine can get.
We're going to see like another trying time for Robbe to actually get some map control and get some picks to actually start another push, and they actually need it. But we have a wow, that was like a delayed wipe, I guess. and Noah is last in front of him.
Yeah, pretty much a delayed wipe here, as we are starting to see both members of both teams just trying to do what they can. But the machine is going to go down on the side of Robbe at the miss, as Rob is just trying to keep that left stack alive. But Typhlo is pushing up, going to be able to take down Rob. And now they're getting another push in. Booyah Bomb going to be coming out. Two of the splashes having their crab tanks on the side of Rob at a miss. So they're going to want to keep that alive too. One of the crab tanks coming out, but Godders is going to be picked off themselves. Two down on the side of Rob at a miss. It's not looking good. They're going to be getting back on the tower, and they're going to be pushing up yet again on the checkpoint, as Nico is going to be popping that crab, but they're going to be picked off by Noah. So they're going to be trying to push up here, trying to see what they can do. Two down on the side of Yessir. With a minute left alive, Rob at a miss has got to make a push here.
Yeah, and they actually have the chance to open up that push. They're pushing, further, but they have a few checkpoints to go to actually get that lead. They have to push through the first one and have to push the second one very, very hard to actually get that lead in the last minute. Rob is getting pushed off the tower because of that booyah. We see a crab tank from Nico, but it doesn't actually get a pick. Rob is now on the tower, and they're close to the second checkpoint, which would be very, very important for them.
Getting very close, but they're just trying to stay as left.
1 point.
They just got 1 point. They just got to get on the tower, but the tower is moving away from that checkpoint. Rob at a miss is going to be taking the tower here, but a booyah bomb is not going to do him any favors. They got to get on that tower, but Yessir was able to get on the tower too, and that is going to be the end of that match. 1 point though, 1 point.
Wow, 1 point is very, very it's a very interesting ending for a match. And I guess Yessir is pretty happy now, since it worked out with their plan, with that counter pick. And 1 point is actually something that most of us are scared about, to lose by 1 point.
Yeah, it's very disappointing when that happens, but either way, that's what happened there. Yes, they're going to be able to win by just a little bit on Tower Makeout, and now it's up to Rob et Amitz to pick the counterpoint themselves, to pick a counter pick themselves in order to see if they're going to be able to win on that.
I am looking forward to what we're gonna see next, especially when it comes to counter picks. It's always interesting what maps and modes are being chosen by teams. But it seems like Robbe are actually deciding already.
Yeah, they might be going on Rainmaker here. Not sure what map hasn't changed, but it seems they're going to be opting for Rainmaker. It could be going on Eeltail.
Eeltail, yeah, we're gonna see Eeltail Ali and Rainmaker as a counter pick by Robbe.
Interesting.
And that's very interesting. When it comes to Eeltail, it's a very straight map, right? So flanking isn't as easy as on other maps. But when it comes to their comp, it could make sense.
Yeah, it could make sense, but of course we're just going to have to see if they're going to be able to pull something off, as now they're going to be going in. Again, don't expect much change, and it's also like the semifinals. At this point, these teams got their comps on lock. They're not going to be able to, they're not going to want to change it all that much, since they know it's going to work.
Yeah, we're pretty far into the tournament already, which means all teams are warmed up and they know what they want to play, and we see the same comp, right? On both sides, still the same comps.
Yeah, still the same comps coming out from both teams here, as they're both trying to go for this Rainmaker pop, but it's going to be Yessir that's able to get it, and they're going to be trying to look at left side now, as Goddard is going to be pushing a crab on bridge, trying to see if he can get the members of Yessir here. Brush is going to go down on that right side. Goddard's left alive here, just trying to throw burst bombs, but there's a booyah bomb coming out. They got to back up as they're putting it on that bridge, and now it's the perfect opportunity for Yessir to try to push up here. They just got to get a little more down from the side of Rob. It's a miss. Both of the crabs trying to fight here, as it is not looking good as Robbe is able to get 84, but they're going to get picked off with that Rainmaker. It doesn't seem many teammates are going to be left alive or just over there and able to continue that push. Nico has the Rainmaker and is just opting to push it up with 2 down and Robbe to miss 3 down. It is perfect for them to get it, but Robbe is able to get the on the Rainmaker in the air. But with everybody else being picked off, that's going to be an easy checkpoint for Yessir.
Yeah, Yessir did actually make a very good job in that first push, and they're pushing further. They're very close to that goal, but that class area actually did Robbe a favor. Robbe is getting a pick on Race here, and 3 down on Yessir's side, which is very, very good for Robbe.
It's definitely what Robbe really wants to see here, but they got to be making a really solid push now, as they have a little under 3.5 minutes to get it all the way to 16, which is definitely going to take a really solid push in order to get that. As we see Goddard's on that right side trying to use their crab tank, trying to pick off Nico here, but they're not able to get it. Robbe has the Rainmaker, and they're going on that right side, but the crab tank is going to be easily able to see them here. Gonna pick them off as they're going to try to push up here, trying to keep the members of Robbe out and try to get that pop 2. Getting 2 down, Robbe's going to go out too. It's just one of the splashes left alive here as they're on that bridge, pretty much just respawned here.
Yeah, and we see that Nico already took that Rainmaker again. We have a trade-off from that Sloshin and that Splash. But Nico actually, yeah, takes the time to push forward, since not all of the team members are there yet. But they're actually defending pretty much, since they've already pushed down to 17 and we have round about 2 minutes left. They could decide to actually do defense like they did in the match before. I guess we saw them on the last time with that map mod comp, right? Where they actually defended on bridge.
They were able to defend pretty well on bridge, and now they are going to be pushing up here, trying to see what they can do. They're pretty much fighting that crab tank to try to push up, just try to play life, but they're going to be exploded. Maybe they ran out of time here. Robbe going to be pushing up, trying to get the Rainmaker pop, and using that killer whale to keep out the members of Yessir, as they only have a minute and a half. Robbe is going to go down to that machine, as Typhlo is going to try to push up on the members of Robbe to miss, as they're all positioned on the bottom here, just on the bottom on Eeltail. That's not a position they want to use against the machine here. Rise is in the corner. They want to jump out, but they were just standing still for a little too long. Going to be picked off here. Buns is going to be picked off here. They have to get this bridge, and they have to get this checkpoint. They're so close, but they get picked off.
Nico actually did that very, very good to stop that checkpoint from being pushed. Yeah, they still didn't get that, and they didn't get that checkpoint as well.
Now with only a minute left, now they really got to scramble here. Robbe getting a pick on Rice, but going to be falling down themselves. They might want to try to get back up there if they really want to get something done, as they're going to be taking that Rainmaker and breaking through that checkpoint. Now is the perfect time to get a solid push going in, as they're just trying to go in. Typhlo's going to go down. They have 2 down, but they got to watch out for that Booyah Bomb, but they're going to get picked off as there's a splash in mid. They're going to be able to pick it off. There's just 3 down. They got to get the Rainmaker pop. They might be able to do it here. They might be. There's a splash. There's a splash. Oh, this is so close. This is so close. It's so close. Just 2 points. Oh, this isn't good though. It's only 2 left alive. They have to get jumps, and they got to make sure the members of Yessir is not going to push up on that Rainmaker. Goddard's in the corner, trying to see what they could do. Gonna get picked off, but no! So close!
They did everything that they could. Oh my, even Robbe did some action back there. If they had like a few seconds more, I guess there would have been a chance to actually get that lead. Holy moly.
Yeah. In the end, though, it was Yessir that able to have a really good push at the start and really good defense at the end there, getting it so close. But in the end, they were just able to defend what they needed to defend for long enough and get the victory.
It's actually so interesting to see since we've been doing counter picks, like what Yessir is actually doing. At first, Rob actually had a very, very like strong start off in that matchup, but now Rob has some problems going on with very close matches. But we actually have a counter pick already.
Oh, we do.
That was very, very fast.
Flounder.
Yeah, I mean, actually does know what they want to play when it comes to counter picks.
I'm surprised they picked Flounder though, considering that Yessir has that double machine, which
Yeah.
is really solid on this map. It's really good on this map, the double machine. So I'm surprised they picked it.
Yeah, I actually was very surprised too, since we saw the comms the whole time and they won't change. If they change, I'm gonna be surprised.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, they have a solid comp here. So again, it's very late into the tournament, so they're not changing, and especially because their comps will do really well here.
Yeah, I mean, both comps will work out on Flounder Heights. But when we saw Yessir's comp, I mean, double Sashine, double splash, I guess they're gonna stay there as well. I mean, why would you change the comp if it's working? And it seems to be working out very well. And with that being said, we're gonna get into a match point situation for Yessir. We have Flounder Heights, Clan Blitz. And I guess we're gonna see the same comps, yeah.
Yeah, the same comps coming out. Double splash, double machine for Yessir, and double splash machine rush for Robbe This is Robbe last chance. Well, not their last chance. They still have one game after this if they're able to get the pick. But, of course, this might be their last chance. If not, they're going to be going on to a bronze match. But so far, they're doing a really good job at the start, getting 2 picks already on Yessir. Now they got to get clams in order to push up here. Robbe has 7, and the machine has 6. They just got to get some more. Robbe is pinging for their teammates to throw some clams. They just need 1. They're just trying to watch their backside, not really opting to push up here. It might be a better idea, though, to just push up right now since it's a 7-6 combination. They're playing too far back, which is going to provide Yessir with a good opportunity to push up themselves, getting a pick on cam, getting 2 down here, getting 3, and it's just Robbe left alive, scrounging for their life, probably backing up themselves. But they got a super... They got for a flank! They got a super clam and were able to just get it in. It is now just running around.
Yeah, Rob is doing brush things. When it comes to brushes, you shouldn't leave them behind you. I mean, especially when it came to the clams, Rob ran around pretty much the whole time with many of them. And they pushed them to 74, which isn't pretty much, but it's a start.
It is a start for them, but let's see if they can keep it going. Robbe though, is 2 down, and both of the splashes on the side of Yessir have a good amount of clams. So they might be able to bring something back here, but it's just a matter of time they're going to be able to. They have 3 super clams on the board right now. That is something you never want to see on the board, especially if they're starting to push up right now as they are. Robbe only has 1 down, but it looks like they're going to be able to get a really good push here. Cam just trying to back up here, playing life. It's just so scary. But Robbe is going to be going for a flank here, but are they going to be able to get anything?
Yeah, well, we're going to see. Rob is trying to actually get picks here, but the basket is open now. Nico's even getting that big clam into the basket. Funz is now left with the 3rd big clam. And we're gonna see if it works out to actually throw that into the basket as well. We see a player coming out. Yeah, it doesn't work out in the end, but they're down to 51 and they get the lead for that case.
Yeah, they got a good amount of clams in, mainly because of that scary triple super clam they had going on, and they still have 2 down on the side of Robbe with only one of them being down themselves, as the members of Robbe are opting to jump back in. Typho in the corner, gonna be able to jump out here successfully as they're just trying to get the picks, but that's 2 down. Gotter's pushing up here under the basket, going to be crab tanking directly under the basket and providing a jump as they're getting the pity, and they're going to be able to get the pity in, leaving 2 down on the Yessir as they're going to be pushing up themselves. Goddard has 2 clams, going to be opting to get 1 in. staying back, getting some burst bombs, maybe getting a little more. Not getting that, as the members of Yessir are going to be able to push back up here. But now they got it down to 35, leaving Yessir having to get a good amount of stuff in too. They might have to pull off the same thing that Robbe just did.
Yeah, and they still have 1.5 minutes left to do so, and I'm looking forward to what we're gonna see from Yessir now, since they have to look at the time. I mean, 2 specials are already ready for them, and they actually get that pick on cam. Every pick is now important to actually start a push. 2 down, 3 down on Robbe, which means the push can be started. We see a crab tank from Bryce.
Yeah, seeing a crab tank, but there is somebody on their behind, but they're going to be picked off themselves. Robbe is on that right side, trying to stay behind that wall as they're going to be breaking and getting. They just need one more clam in order to get lead. They just need one, and they get it in. They get it a good amount, getting it down to 23 and leaving 3 down on the side of Robbe at a miss here. As Rise is going back, trying to get some more clams in. They're down to 20. Buns is literally on their snipe. They get it down to 5. They just need 2 more. Robbe does not want funds left alive here, but Typhlo is going to be able to jump in, and that is GG's. With Yessir taking that match point, is going to be moving on to grand finals.
That was actually a very, very good game from both teams. We've seen some insane pushes here, but that last push was very impressive from Yessir.
Yeah, no, that last push was very impressive, pretty much being what got them the victory in that match. And now Yessir is going to be your team moving on to grand finals. We're going to be seeing who they're going to be going against once the bracket comes on screen. But of course, Robbe at a miss. It isn't over for them, as they'll be moving on to their bronze match, going to be playing up against Culp. They're going to be playing against Culp as WMehdi is waiting for Yessir. As we're going to see between them who is going to be the victor and who is going to be the one going home second place.
I guess we're gonna see that very, very soon. Yeah, after the next break, which is very, very short. We're gonna see you in a sec.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Welcome back to Paddling Pool 202 again. I'm Suki. I'm still joined by NM, and we're in the grand finals. Finally, we got the teams Yessir against WMehdi Retirement, and we have a best of 5 going on. We're starting off with Clamplets Mako Mart. Pretty solid map mode combination to start off these grand finals. And yeah, we're looking forward to see both teams now.
Definitely is the map mode combination of all time here, as we have seen both of these teams, of course, just coming off of Yessir's stat against Robbe at a miss, them doing really well against some. They're going to be sticking with their double splash, double machine, of course, because it's just like me. But on the opposite hand here with Mehdi, of course, we're going to be seeing IPS on that T-Tech. We're probably going to see AORO on their Tetris as usual, Kami on that Carbon Deco, and then Mehdi on the standard splash.
Yeah, I think that we're going to see these comms as well. I mean, we're at the grands, and the teams already know what worked out in the tournament. And we're going to start off. The first match of the grand finals are starting now. Yeah.
Oh my god, I predicted it. No way. It's not like
No
they've been
way.
running these calls. Oh my god, I'm so crazy.
That's so surprising. You're so good at predicting the comms. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I can't take it. It's just too much to actually see. Okay, we're gonna see both teams rushing into mid. Okami trying his best to get a pick in mid.
Ooh. Gonna get a pick on Rise here, and 2 down on the side of Yessir, leaving WMehdi in a really good spot, but they have barely any clams to continue their push. They gotta get some more here, as we see Okami does have 4, and they're now going on that right stack, but IPS actually has 6, going for the last 2, now has that super clam, and now it's the perfect time for them to push up, using that Trizuka to absolutely cancel that splash. Gonna be able to pick them off here. They're right under that machine, gonna be able to pick them off. Just 2 left alive though, as the members of Yessir are doing a really good job at pushing back members of WMehdi, as now they're gonna be left scratching their heads trying to see what they can do in order to push back in.
Yeah, both teams are just trying to get some specials ready and just collecting some clams. Yessir doesn't even have 1 clam right now, and the 2 machines are actually down on their side, which means they don't have a chance to actually have a strong opening. Mehdi gets a pick here as well. IPS is doing a very good job too. Another collecting clams. We see Ayo flanking on the right side with the Tetras, getting a trade with that splash. But
IPS. Ooh. Okay. Now that we see here, T-Tech is going to be opting for that Tri-Strike, but as we see, Rise is going to go down themselves. 2 of the members of WMehdi are pushing up on that right side. Okami left pretty much alone. They got to be helping Okami here, as WMehdi is going to be pushing up. Again, this is Clambless Mako, so if you don't know, stacks are everything on this map mode. If you control the stacks, you control the game. As we see Rise here on this crab tank trying to pick off IPS, but AORO able to pick them off themselves, and it's just trying to back up from this machine. 2 down on the side of Yessir. This might be the chance that WMehdi needs here to be able to get 2 down, but T-Tech is going to go down themselves. That was the one carrying it in, and they're going to be able to get it with just the Tetras left alive. They're going to be able to get 1 in, but now's the perfect time for Yessir to be able to push up and get some clams themselves.
Yeah, and they actually already have 11 clams for their push. They have the best chance to actually start off a push. They control the stacks, but Aero actually tries to prevent the worst and actually gets a pick on Typo. But we see that 3 are down on Yessir's side again, which means that WMehdi Retirement has another chance to start another push, because 77 isn't very much. It's not enough to win in that case if Yessir just has 1 push, right? So they need to push further to actually get a safe win.
Now that we see one of the splashes going down on Yessir, it is a 3v3 situation, but both splashes are actually down on Yessir. WMehdi keeping a good positioning here going to be opting to use that crafting to try to see if they can get so many more picks and just push back the members of Yessir a little bit more here, as Mehdi is just trying to stay alive. This is very close with only a little over a minute left, and with 2 down on Mehdi, this might be the chance for Yessir to push up here. They're going to be taking their pity, and now they're just booking it towards their basket, going to be able to get it in. So they're just trying to push up. They just need 2 clamps in order to get the lead here. Not that much that they need, as Rise is going for it, is able to take the lead, getting it down to 68. Going to be pushing up on their basket, getting 2 more in. The members of WMehdi are just trying to get that splash. They eventually do, but that splash was just living rent-free for so long, as they're still getting more, getting it down to 50.
Yeah, they actually had a very, very hard time against that splash, and they had like too much attention on that splash too. Yessir is now down to 35, and they keep that basket open. They get even more picks, and more claims are getting into that basket. We're down to 70 now, and there's a booyah coming out from front, and we're down to 11, which means WMehdi doesn't have much time and chances left. We have a 2-on-2 situation going on, and the splash is last. We have a wipeout.
Run! They got a wipeout, but they took it from 100 to 2 in just 1 push at the end there. It looked so much in WMehdi's favor the entire time, but Yessir was just able to get 1 final push. Going to be able to pretty much make it downright almost impossible for WMehdi to be able to get the lead here. But they're going to be popping all their specials here, but they got to get it in. They're using the tri-strike, but they have barely any time. They got to get that super clam in. They have very little time. They're going to be able to get it in though, but there's 2 down.
Yeah, they have not much time left to actually do that push, but 2 down on WMehdi's side. They still get some clans in. They're down to 62, but we have a wipe, which means that game is won by Yessir.
Yessir was looking really backed up the entire time, but at the end, they were just able to get a push and pretty much do chip damage on that basket, getting like 2 in, waiting a little bit, getting 2 more in, trying to fight again, getting like 4 in, fighting again, getting 4 more in, fighting again. Just doing that over and over until they had enough down from the opposite team to where they just pretty much threw all of their resources at that basket, and that was able to get them the win there.
Yeah, it was a very, very strong push on their side. They did a very, very good job. I mean, Gambits is a full-on team mode, and you saw that if a team works out very well, that you can actually do some impressive pushes. Even though we have to say that WMehdi had a very, very strong game all around. They did a very, very good job throughout the whole game. But Yessir did actually have a very, very good chance there. Especially when that splash lived there rent-free in their spawn. Which was very game-changing, I guess.
Yeah, very game-changing for them. But now it is up to WMehdi to consider. Okay, what I'm seeing right now, that better not be their counter pick. There is no way that's the counter pick.
So are they playing that as a counter pick? Because that would be so interesting. That can be right. If I just wanted to say.
Okay, thank God.
Okay, thank God.
Thank God. It's Tower Undertow. It's Tower Undertow. We're safe. We're safe. They were gonna pick Tower Mahi. They were going to pick Tower Mahi.
Oh my God! You can't pick like Tower Mahi.
Who in their right mind is picking Tower Mahi, bro?
I was pretty concerned for 1 sec, but I guess Undertow's Spillway sounds good as a counter pick.
No, that's Zaza go crazy.
Okay. Tower Control, Undertow's Spillway. I guess it can work out for both comps here. Pretty solid counter pick for WMehdi.
And no, that is a counter pick they're most likely want to go for here. And now it's just going to be a matter of what's going to happen, what's going to be, like, what are they going to try to do? They're probably going to be sticking with the same comps, or they might go for something different. Mainly talking about WMehdi. There's no way that Yessir is going anything different.
Yeah, and we're getting right into the game. And we're going to see
the same comps from both sides.
Who would have thought?
I mean, these comps got them to grand finals, so I don't see them really opting for anything else all that much, as it's pretty much working out for them. but now WMehdi has to go up against the meta comp, or a variation of the meta comp. So now they got to consider what they really want to do here. One of the splashes down on Yessir as the Tetras are looking for a way to push in. Pushing in on Time Flow, but not getting enough distance to get the pick on them as Crabs and Booyah Bombs are just starting to fly out. But Okami on the backside going to be picked off. Their teammate going to be able to help that Crab here as it's a trade coming out, and Yessir are on the tower. Sure, they have 2 down, but they're going to be able to pick the Tetra and get back to that first checkpoint and going to be start pushing that.
Yeah, and they're pushing further and further. We see WMehdi Retirement trying to stop that with a tri-strike. And it works out. We have 2 down on Yessir's side, which means they only have got 1 checkpoint down now. And yeah, WMehdi can finally push.
Yeah, this is WMehdi's time to push here as they're already getting started on the tower, moving a fairly good amount of distance, trying to get the lead as they get the lead here, trying to use the tri-strike on that Crab, but going to be getting picked off themselves.
Yeah, Ikaryoku is by that tower, but others are joining in, IPS and WMehdi on that tower with the Crab tank. And we see 2 down on Yessir's side, which is very important. We're on the last checkpoint, and the splash is last. Nico striking his best to prevent the worst. But Okami actually gets that pick on Nico. Very nice double for Okami here. We see a Trizuka going out and going nuts.
Oh, but somebody's going for a flank, going to be able to take out 2 of them. 3 down on the side of WMehdi here. They got so many points with that push, taking it down to 6. And now Yessir is going to be left scrambling, trying to see if they're going to be able to push back. As they were able to get a really good lead in that last match, getting it down all the way to 2. But this is a different situation. It's not like they just have to score some and they get lead. They have to basically knock out and they get lead.
Yeah, I mean, they still have 2.5 minutes left on the clock, but it will be very hard to actually push down to at least 5. It's a nearly KO. But, I mean, we see that WMehdi is actually doing a good job at defending. Ayo's getting picked on the left side there. And Nico's on tower with a final Crab tank. Okami is actually still trying to get some picks and could prevent further push. Okami is actually trying his best, but he couldn't take it more. We have picks after picks that are being seen.
That was very hectic, but in the end, it was WMehdi that was able to come out on top, getting a wipeout on the members of Yessir here, as they're going to be pushing up more and more, trying to get that tower a little bit, and they got all their specials at the ready. Tri-strike is going to be popped here, trying to see if they can get some good tri-strikes. That Crab has to move. Crab is shredded. One of their Crabs is down. They still have 3 more specials at the ready for whenever they need it. Crab tank going to be coming out from the side of WMehdi here. Free Slider coming in. Funz has got to back up. Funz is in a bad spot. Funz is going to get picked off. Rest in peace, Funz. As it's just the Trizuka left alive for their specials, but they have such a solid push, which a minute left alive. They just got to get a little bit more, and they might be able to get a knockout, but the Tetras are going to go down. Crab tank is going to be situated on that top right, as the members of Yessir are now going to be able to push in with another Crab tank coming out.
Yeah, we see Okami is down again, and the Tetras too, which means that Yessir actually has a chance to push forward. We see them at the checkpoint, and maybe this time they're gonna get through it. We're gonna see if it actually works out, but they're getting pushed off by that tri-strike. And 3 down on Yessir's side, which means that WMehdi actually stopped that push.
Half a minute left to go, going down to 20 seconds here. And now Yessir has to find an answer to WMehdi, as it's just not looking good for them. Typhlo is going to go down to Okami, getting a trade as they're 2 down on WMehdi's side. This might be the perfect chance, and this has to be the chance that Yessir has to take. But with a Crab on right side, it's going to be a little bit challenging, but the Crab gets flanked by Rise here, as they're going to be getting a Crab on the tower themselves. 2 down on the side of WMehdi. This might be the comeback they desperately need, but IPS getting that tri-strike on the tower. Gonna try to keep something on there, and the Tetras gonna be able to get on the tower first, and that GG strike is what got them the game. And now we're left 1-1.
Very, very impressive gameplay that we just saw from both teams, of course. But WMehdi actually had a very, very impressive defense and, of course, a pretty nice push to start off that game. I guess that counter pick was actually working out in their favor, and it worked out pretty well. So I'm very excited for that next counter pick from Yessir.
Yeah, Yessir now has to find an answer because it just did not work out for them here. Now they're going to have to consider, okay, what went wrong? What are we not doing? And how are we going to come back from this?
Yeah, because they need to keep the game up. They need to be strong again and actually do what they can do to actually win that game. But we already have a counter pick from Yessir, which is Splat Zones on Museum.
Zones Museum, pretty interesting for their counter pick here. We're going to be seeing what both of these teams are going to try to do. Again, they're going to be running with the same comps, so we could see the Carbon just trying to be on like that bottom area on left side. You know, just trying to poke at the enemy's plat using that tri-strike. Tetra is going to be feeding out of their mines, Splash doing splash things, and T-Tech just mainly using those tri-strikes on their plat and on zone if they're trying to push back in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very good position for, especially for Carbon, right? You can do so much stuff down there. But yeah, we're getting right into the game again. And we see the full meta comp and the other comp that we know. No changes.
It's a little bit different.
Oh,
there's no
really?
Tetra. It said they're
Oh my god,
for
right.
a machine.
Right, Ayo changed to a machine. Oh my god, I didn't even see that at first. But yeah, we don't have Tetras anymore, which is a very interesting change, especially for Splat Zones.
No more Tetra feeding out of their mines here, as we're already seeing Yessir pushing up on that zone. Going to be able to take it, leaving 2 down the side of WMehdi as Funds is pushing up onto their plat. IPS scrambling, trying to figure out what they need to do here, as they just got to make sure that they're playing life. They do have 2 specials left already. Nico's going to go down. Typhlo's in the corner. They're going to go down too. It's 1 left alive on Yessir. It's just Rise in that left side. They can push him here. They just got to push him, as they're going to be able to actually get the jump out and regroup with the entire team that they have on plat.
Yeah, pretty interesting that Rise actually got out of that situation, especially when you're last, you just want to get out. And normally you would get picked in that situation, but I guess WMehdi wants to keep it safe and not lose any players, even when it comes to trade-offs. And they actually get the lead here.
Getting a pick on Rise too, that's definitely what they like to see. But Typhlo is going to be able to team up with Funds, going to get another pick on them. And now the members of Yessir are trying to push up on the zone, but Typhlo's just skipping the zone. It's like, no, I'm just going straight in your plat. Going to be able to keep that positioning and just trying to paint as much as possible, leaving both of the members of WMehdi just on that left side here. But Rise is going to be picked off by just a random bomb. Funds is going to be picked off too, as the Splash is just going on top mid. But we're seeing a Booyah Bomb coming out from one of the machines as they're pushing that plat. Going to be able to take down Okami, as they're just trying to wait for that jump. Going to be able to get that jump too.
Typhlo's doing a very, very good job here. It's a triple on the flat of the opponents, which means a very aggressive position here. We're down to 37 now for Yessir, and they are unstoppable right now.
But we do see some tri-strikes coming out, not really able to push back the members of Yessir, as the Carbon is going to go down that splash, but it's a 2v2 situation. But they're trying to make sure they get it, but it's 3 down, leaving just the machine left alive, and enough time for WMehdi to be able to paint over that zone. And they're going to be fighting for a little bit longer. But Buns is on this left side here, just sharking, going to be able to get a pick on IPS, and they see the machine pushing up on them. They're going to use their Booyah Bomb, and now pushing up on this machine. AOR left in a bad spot, going to be picked off themselves, as the Carbon We don't know where the Carbon is, but we see this Splash just pushing this Crab Tank as much as they can. Carbon's going to go down, and it's left three members of WMehdi on this left side here. Dry Strike is going to be coming out, trying to see if they can ward out the members of Yessir here. But it is not looking good for WMehdi as they gotta get more members and more specials on the board.
Yeah, we see some Crab Tank action actually when it comes to the zone, and we have some zone switches here. We have a few switches, and now there are so many specials coming out. But we have 2 down on WMehdi's side, and this isn't working in their favor since they still have to get that lead down to at least 7. And they only have 1.5 minutes left to do that, but they're still missing some players on the field.
Yeah, but they're opting to use the Booyah Bomb, maybe to get some paint on the board on that zone. But AORO is left in a corner, going to be picked off themselves. IPS still up flat alongside WMehdi as they're going to be popping specials here, seeing what they can do, getting so much paint on the board, but the double Booyah Bomb is just able to cancel that paint. With 2 down, 3 down on the side of WMehdi, it's looking like GG's here as it's just a machine left alive. 3, 2, 1, and that is game. Yessir going to be able to take game 3, and now WMehdi is left in a really bad spot because if they lose any more, it's over.
Yeah, now Yessir actually is in a match point situation, which is actually a very good position to be in when you're in the grand finals, right? So WMehdi now has to be very, very cautious of what to do now, since they only have like 1 chance left to actually win the grand finals of Paddling Pool today. They need to win 2 rounds.
Yeah, they need to win that here, but it all depends on what actually happens. Are they going to be able to get the picks they need? Are they going to be able to live here? What are they going to be able to do in order to secure what they need, in order to get the wins they need? It all depends on that. And of course, the main thing that depends on that is what the counter pick they're actually going to opt for is.
Yeah, they need to actually choose carefully to maybe win here. And we have another counter pick, which would be another Rainmaker match, I guess. On...
No, it's Turf War. It's Turf War.
Oh,
It's Turf War.
They changing stuff all the time, but we're gonna see in a few seconds what we're gonna
Rainmaker
see.
Flounder.
Interesting choice, but makes sense when we see the comps.
Yeah, WMehdi actually opting for that Rainmaker Flounder. They do believe that that is going to be the map mode that's going to be really good for them. I mean, the last counter pick they chose, Tower Undertow, they did really well on that. So maybe they're going to be able to take the game here and tie up the score.
That would be very, very good for WMehdi. But we're gonna see. We have a match point for Yessir, and we're gonna see Flounder Heights Rainmaker here in the grand finals.
See the comps, we only change. Yep, the Tetras come back. They're like, all right, number machine, back to my standard Tetras. As both teams are pushing up on the ramps, trying to go for that pop. As it might be, it is in WMehdi's favor. Going to be able to get the pop, and now both teams are trying to see what openings they can get in order to see which one will be able to get that first push. Bunge knows that the Tetra is over there, but the Tetra has actually moved. Going on Nico, 2 down on the side of Yessir. The machines are the only ones left alive. Funds is in such a bad spot here as they're on the back side. IPS is just able to easily outrun that machine. And there goes the first checkpoint going down on the board, leaving WMehdi in the advantage here. And now Yessir has to find some answers.
Yeah, and we have a very, very strong opening for WMehdi here. Yessir now has to actually be more cautious and see to actually get some picks. Since, I mean, 60 isn't very, very much on this map, since, yeah, you can get there pretty fast. But you shouldn't underestimate Flounder Heights.
You should not underestimate Flounder Heights here, because anything can happen. And Yessir definitely has more sloshers, 2 slosher machines on the board, so they do have the advantage on this map. But it seems like they can't hone that advantage. on this map. They seem like they can't really find it here, as we are starting to see a member of WMehdi going down, but all the other ones have their specials. Tetra's coming in with that reslider on that really small area, but not going to be able to get any picks and going down themselves. 2 down though on Yessir, as they're just going to be backed up. A crab and a machine left alive. Machine's going to go down. It is just Rise as they got to back up as WMehdi wants them gone, and they get what they want.
Yeah, they're pushing further, and we see IPS with the Rainmaker. And they actually get the splashes down, which is very, very important. IPS is now zooming forward to the goal, but it's getting picked at 30 points. But still, there are 3 left on WMehdi's side, which means Ayo tried to actually pick that Rainmaker, but it's being picked by that splash, which means, yeah, I guess retreat.
Now 2 members down on either side. WMehdi does have the advantage here. They have what they need.
But Ayo,
Gonna be taking it even further.
Ayo's doing some dually stuff. I would say that. And it worked out. It actually got them 3 more points to go to, which is very, very good. Every point is very important.
Every point counts, especially if it's getting really close here. So that might be what gets them the win. But they still have a really solid lead on Yessir. And the members of Yessir just, they can't find a way in. But the Tetras are going to go down to a splash in their area, but they're going to go down themselves, leaving 2 of them left alive on their right side. Going to be trying to get that crab off on their snipe. Going to be able to do so and trying to observe what they're going to be able to get picks on, but not really getting much on the board.
Yeah, we just saw a Rainmaker reset, which means Yessir now has a chance for another pop and gets some more picks. But both machines are down again, which means they don't have many players in mid right now. Ayo is actually pushing the Rainmaker. They have a pop now, which means the map controls on their side too, which means more movement, which means it works in their favor.
Yeah, no, this is definitely in the favor of WMehdi here. But IPS is going to be picked off here by Nico. But Nico is going to be picked off themselves. It is a 2v2 situation as they're just trying to get the pop here. One of them moved up onto the Tetra, and the Tetra is going to go down. Now the members of WMehdi are backing up a little bit. We're going to be able to get a pick on Rise with just 3 of them left alive. Typho is pushing into mid here, trying to see if they can get any picks. Tetra is trying to see what they can do, but the Carbon is just trying to live. Carbon is so weak right now, and now with 2 members left alive, this is now the chance that Yessir has in order to push up. But there's going to be specials coming out. That Tri-Strike is going to be pushing them back a little bit, and there's almost a Crab Tank ready, but again, 2 down. They got to push up. They have the opportunity.
Yeah, and they actually they need to speed things up. I mean, they only have 17 seconds to go, and they still have that checkpoint that is missing.
Yeah, no, they still have a checkpoint left to go, and they're being distracted by Okami on their backside, but they're going to be able to break through that checkpoint, but with just 2 seconds left on the board and only 1 machine in the corner getting picked off, that is going to be game. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving on to a game 5.
And that's what we love to see. We have a tie here, and it's actually very cool to see a game 5 and another map to be chosen by Yessir.
Yeah, now we're going to be waiting and seeing what gets chosen by Yessir here in order to get them the victory, because now it is anybody's game. Whoever wins this takes it all.
Yeah, and you have actually to be very, very confident in the choice. I mean, whatever's gonna be picked will decide on the winner of today's tournament, and it's very, 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 very interesting situation for both teams. I mean, a 2-2 situation, yeah, pretty solid.
Either way, one of these teams is going to be walking away with a silver medal, but the other one is going to be walking away with a gold. We don't know which one it is yet. It all depends on what happens here. And the counter pick looks to be, it might be Zone's Haggle, and it's Zone's Haggle.
very, very interesting choice, to be honest. But it makes sense. Yessir already won one zones match. Like the third match was Museum, right? When they played zones.
Yeah,
and it
Zones
worked out in their
Museum.
favor. So I guess zones is one of the stronger maps no modes that they're gonna play. And it makes sense to actually use Hagglefish here.
It's a really strong map mode for their specific comp, as it's just going to be able to push up and just control space really easy, as it's one of the more linear maps we have in the game right now.
Yeah. And I'm very, very happy to see the same comps again. I'll be right about that. I guess the comps will stay the same. And we have the final match going on in the grand finals. We see the double Slasheen, double Splash comp. And yeah, the normal WMehdi retirement comp with the Tetras, the Carbon, the Splash, and the Titan.
Yeah, just the standard comps that both teams have been running here, because this will be the final match to decide who wins and who loses. And the Tetra is already going to go down. Tri-Strike coming out on the zone, trying to see if they can take it, and they do. Points going on the board for WMehdi, but Yessir is able to get those points back pretty easy and get the lead for themselves, leading 2 down on the side of WMehdi. And 3 down, as it's the perfect opportunity for Yessir to just push up and try to take space here, as the members of WMehdi have to get specials here if they're going to try to push back in, considering that both of the machines have their Booyah Bombs active. Tetra just going to be trying to push in, but they're going to be falling down on that left side. Might be trying to go for a flank here, and they're getting a good amount of value. 2 down on the side of Yessir. This might be the opportunity that Mehdi needs.
And they took that opportunity, which is very, very good. They have the zone now and have the chance to actually push in that case.
They have the perfect opportunity now. And as we are seeing, we're seeing the machine using their Booyah Bomb. Going to be trying to push up here, as they're just trying to hold space because it's so close for WMehdi, but they have a 27-point penalty. So they have a good amount of time before they can be able to take that lead if they're going to be pushing up. But with 2 down, third one being watched, but no, the Tetra is going to be able to live and going to be able to get the pick on that splash, as they're just trying to push up as much as they can. But Yessir still has some iron fist on this zone here, as WMehdi has to find an answer. 3 slider going to be out, but going to be picked off.
Yeah, both teams are fighting very hard for that zone, but we have to say that Yessir actually has a pretty strong defense going on. We have another zone switch, another one. It's just a very, very big fight for that zone. But we have 3 down on WMehdi's side, which means Yessir now has the opportunity to do a pretty solid push. That Sashin is getting picked though.
Yeah, now Yessir is going to be able to push up pretty easily as they want to. We're seeing Nico on that right side trying to use their Crab Tank against these Booyah Bombs. Going to be, not Booyah Bombs, Tri-Strikes, what am I saying? But Okami has just finished their Trizuka, is opting to push in here as it's 2 down on Yessir. But Yessir still has the zone. The members of WMehdi have to push up on the zone. They got to get paid on the board. And the Tri-Strike is going to be easily able to do that, pushing back the members of Yessir and going to be taking the zone. Getting a pick on Rice here. Booyah Bomb going to be coming out though, but they're still 2 down. The members of Yessir have to be playing life here, but they get 3 down. They get a wipeout on WMehdi.
And this could be very, very bad for WMehdi, because they now are being pushed back into their spawn, and it's very hard to get back into the zone if you don't have map control. So they need to get some picks to push a bit.
Yeah. They get the points they need though. They get the picks. And now WMehdi is in control of this zone here. They're going to have to be in control for a little while longer to get the lead they need. They have to get it down to 23. And with 2 Booyah Bombs active from the members of Yessir, popping one of them, one of the Crab Tanks coming out, Tetra's going to go down. And the other Booyah Bomb and Crab coming out, no, they're getting the zone. They're going to get this zone. 2 down on the side of WMehdi too. It is not looking good for them. 3 down. It is just the splash here. They know where the splash is. Splash is using the position that they have, or to just jump out. That's definitely what you want to do instead of just being kicked off. You just want to jump out.
Yeah, we only have 50 more seconds to go, which means we don't have much time for WMehdi to actually do a counter push. The penalty from Yessir is actually finished, but WMehdi tries everything to get that zone. We see some specials, but whoa, Okami did a very, very good double here, which means they are able to get that zone back. Very impressive.
And they're so close to what they need. They might come back they need, as they're just going to be popping the tri-strike. But that crap tank is on that cannon, but they're going to have to drop to avoid that tri-strike. Booyah Bomb coming on the zone. They just have to paint. They have to paint zone and they win. That's all they have to do. Zone. You see that trick? Oh, so close. But in the end, the Booyah Bomb was just able to displace that T-Tech and get the zone. Very close last game, but in the end, it was Yessir going to be able to get the pick, get the stuff that they needed, and win it all.
Very, very cool ending of that match, to be honest. GG's to both teams, I guess. That Booyah Bomb actually was pretty good when it comes to placement. Like, it did everything to actually win that game.
Yeah, it did everything that they really needed in order to get what they wanted to get, and in the end, they were just able to get the win that they just so desperately wanted. And that is going to be GG's and the end of Paddling Pool 202. But before we go, where can people find you, Suki?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter, which would be SPL_Suki, or here on Twitch, which would be Sukiko_CX. Where can they find you, NM?
Find me on Twitter and Twitch at Ninstar123, where I just post whatever I'm doing, maybe stream a little bit here and there, just the standard usual stuff. But with that being said, we would like to thank, Dapple Productions for having us on and for running this tournament. Our streamer here, Majora, for just keeping track of the stream, allowing us to see in. And of course, I'd like to thank you, Suki, for commentating with me here. And of course, thank you to Alice for being the, Dapple production.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to be here too. I'm very thankful for Dapple Productions and you always also organizing all of this. Alice, even though you're not here today. But yeah, that's it for Paddling Pool 202. The winner of today's tournament is Yessir. Second place is WMehdi Retirement. And we actually have another score for the pros match, which would be Cope. Cope won the third match. Yeah.
Got third place, and that leaves Robbe and Amit at fourth. But either way being said, I hope you guys have a good one, and make sure to tune back on Friday for Triton Cup. We'll see you guys later. GG's.
See ya.
Oh wait, Squid Junction's this week. Squid Junction on Saturday.
It's today.
I messed that up.